Doing tonight? Welcome into another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. My beautiful people, happy Thursday. How y'all doing tonight? How's everyone feeling? You know, I was almost worried I wasn't going to make it tonight. I was scared I was going to have to cancel the stream because my sciatica started acting up really bad. But thankfully, I had enough time to take some medicine and lay back down, hoping that it would calm down. And it finally did, thank goodness. Oh, that's awesome, Moonchild. Good seeing you, beautiful. Hi, Sunny Lane. Hi, Bob. How's it going? Hopefully y'all have had a good, productive day today. Hey, Bob. Gravy. Yeah, I did see the email, baby. I didn't get a chance to respond, but I did see the shirt with your idea. I like it. It's pretty cool, baby. Alright, y'all. Let's start off with a keyword. I was going to pull out the vibe deck, but unless y'all want me to pull it out, I'm trying to avoid that deck right now. Let's see. Keyword spirit. First up, umbrella is the keyword. Femininity, fashion, shelter, prestige, power, protection, prosperity, royalty, a need for protection. Yeah, I feel like protection and power and prosperity and a need for protection is what I'm picking up from this. I feel like some of y'all have something y'all working on, but y'all are keeping it close to y'all's chest and not really sharing it with people until you're ready to share it, until it's like whatever it is you're working on, this project, this idea, you're waiting to share it with the world, out of fear of someone stealing your ideas, and obviously trying to, you know, take, make a living off of it, make money off of it. So I feel like y'all are working on something, but y'all are keeping it close to y'all's chest, which I feel like that's what y'all should be doing. I wouldn't tell anybody about it right now. Hey, look what I did. I didn't tell anybody about creating my channel until I did it. And I said, here it is. Next one, keyword is flowers. Love, springtime, romance, couples, happy, vibrant, growth, union. Watching things bloom and grow. Y'all are all about the springtime romance right now. I keep picking up from y'all. All these readings I've been doing for like, what, a week now? It's been all about romance. And it surely seems like the spread I pulled for y'all tonight is all about romance too. So I feel like y'all are making those connections. For those of y'all who are single and ready to mingle, I feel like y'all been out there putting yourself out there, taking a risk. I feel like some of y'all have met someone too that you're very interested in. And you're waiting and excited to see where this romance leads to, where it grows, see its potential. And that's exciting. What else, Spirit? We got keyword gray, murky situation, more to be seen, look deeper, depression that is deep. Yeah, I feel like the only thing that stands out on this is more to be seen. And that's what I'm picking up. That's what stands out to me. That y'all know there's more to be seen in what y'all working on, in, you know, whether it's a project, a new career, even going back to school, or a new romance, friendship. I feel like there's a lot more to be seen. Again, it kind of goes into the first card I pulled. Like, there's something you're keeping close to your chest right now. You're not revealing to anyone what's going on. So it's like a wait and see when I'm ready kind of energy. What else, Spirit? Keyword kite. Situation. Blowing in. Fragile. Pretty. Tangled. Reminders. Yeah, I feel like this is pretty much the two words that stand out is situation and reminders. So I feel like there's a situation that's been on your mind a lot lately, and there's certain things that you do or you hear that brings back that reminder where you start reminiscing. And I feel like for some of y'all, this is about a person. I feel like it's possibly even that person you're starting to make a romantic connection with. So I don't feel like this is bad. I feel like the energy in that is pretty good. Hi, Felix. What else, Spirit? I don't know why I just heard growing pains for some reason. Okay, what else, Spirit? Fun. Keyword is fun. Into the swing of things. Being playful. Kids, childhood, play. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all are getting out there and having some fun, which I feel like it's time for many of y'all, because some of y'all been in hermit mode for a while. So Spirit's encouraging y'all to get out and have some fun. Enjoy life. Do something that brings you happiness. Get outdoors, but if you, choose to remain indoors, make sure you're doing something that does bring you happiness and fulfillment. Instead of just being, like a couch potato, like, someone I know. All right, Spirit, what else? I'll pull one more, then I'm going to pull from this other deck. Spirit, show me what else. Keyword is teal. Receptive and clear. Clarity of thought. Great communication. Know thyself. Receptive and clear and clarity of thought are the two things that stand out to me on this card. I feel like y'all are being very receptive to communication you're having with others and just engaging, being around new people. Plus still being around people, you've had in your life for however long, who've been in your life for a while. And I feel like, some of the communication in the past y'all have had with some of these people who've been in your life for a while, I feel like, wherever there might have been a misunderstanding, even for someone out there, I feel like there was, not a grudge, but there was like some type of resentment I'm picking up where y'all had a falling out, and then now y'all are suddenly, putting the pieces of y'all's relationship back together, trying to work it out. And it's giving you a lot of clarity and thought on, where each other stands and how to proceed forward now. So it doesn't happen again. So there's no more misunderstandings. And that's also knowing thyself. Yep. You wish I would want to find out. See, Jonathan, you wouldn't be that lucky. And I'm not that desperate. I wouldn't give you the time of day, let alone the time of night. So try again. High 420. Hi, Nancy. No, Syncope, I'm doing it right now, baby. Hi, Eternal Light. How you doing, baby? Okay, I'm putting this deck up. Something's telling me to pull from this deck. So let's see. Especially with some of y'all. These love connections again. Y'all so heavy in y'all's Love connections. I even get marriage out here. How you been, Senko? I know you stopped in here last night, I think it was. Alright, Spirit. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? Alright, Spirit. Show me. Realignment. Shift your perspective for a gained sense of clarity. Here's gaining clarity again, just like from the other deck. Clarity of thought. So there's a realignment, because I feel like y'all are overcoming some type of obstacle that's gotten in your way. But for some of y'all, I feel like the obstacle has been y'all selves. You know, getting in y'all's own way, having doubt, self-sabotage. I even have overcoming obstacles at the bottom of my deck right here. So this is about y'all overcoming those obstacles. Getting realignment and learning a new perspective of how to handle difficulties and struggles. What else, Spirit? Yeah, that's why you kept saying I was being affected. Since I'm a Pisces and Venus too. Alright, Spirit, what else? Spirit wants you to rest. Listen to your body, mentally and physically unwind. So, Spirit wants y'all to take a rest. If y'all been really busy, running around, staying physically active, doing something, whether that's at your job or out having fun, doing other things, Spirit's saying it's time to give your body a rest. A much needed break, I hear. What else, Spirit? Leap of faith. Taking a risk, stepping into the beauty of the unknown. Here we go. Here's like the full card. Have a leap of faith. I feel like y'all need to have more faith in yourself, because here I have, even at the bottom of this deck, self-limiting beliefs. Negative thoughts are creating a roadblock in your life. So here it is. Y'all self-sabotaging. So have more faith in yourself and believe in what it is you want. Know that the divine's going to make it work the way it's meant to, the way it's intended to. So stop doubting yourselves. Even stop doubting yourselves from being happy and loving yourselves. One more, Spirit. Leap of faith. What is this about, Spirit? Decisions. Look, self-limiting beliefs at the bottom again. Decisions. The need to gain clarity through decision making. So y'all have to have a leap of faith about a decision y'all are fixing to make, or one that y'all have just made. Stop doubting it's not going to work out. Stop, thinking it's going to turn to hell and back. I'm not picking that up. I think it's going to be a pleasant surprise for you. Whatever this decision is, whatever the situation is, or whoever, it may even involve someone. Whatever that decision you have made, Spirit's encouraging you to have a leap of faith and be strong. Be courageous. Be brave in y'all's decisions. Don't second guess yourself. Alright, spiritual symbols now. Let's see. I didn't do it. Oh, eternal light. I hope not, baby. Not for me, anyways. I got too many things I'm still trying to plan and get done. Because that's if my body allows me to do it too. My spirit. Spiritual symbols. Hi, Vanessa. How you doing, beautiful soul? Hi, Darby. How you doing, beautiful? Uh-oh. I can't make this up. Wedding ring. Beginning of a new relationship. Solutions to your problems. New love. Commitment. Loyalty. Wealth. Decision. Oh, here it is right here. Talking about a new relationship. A new romance. Or fixing the relationship you're currently in. And even making a decision. I feel like some of y'all been considering marriage. Seriously thinking about it. About the potential of it with someone specific that y'all are engaging with right now. Not saying that the relationship's that serious. For some of y'all it is. Y'all been in this relationship for some time, but for others who just started talking and seeing someone new, I feel like y'all have already seen the potential that this could become long term, such as marriage. That's what I'm picking up. Alright, Spirit, what else? Show me. Yeah, you got the Sun card. And Eternal Light, you mentioned Mercury. It's at the bottom of my deck. The Sun card came out. Bending under pressure, overworked, egotistical, bragging, blinded by fame and flaunting superiority, minor health issues. Some of y'all are bending under the pressure and feeling overworked. And y'all are getting trapped in y'all's ego too. For some of y'all, that ego's running amok, is what I just heard. But for some of y'all, it's also y'all doubting yourselves. Still, I get the roadblockages, the self-limiting beliefs. Even though it's the Sun card, it seems like that sun isn't shining very bright right now in your world. Like someone's come in and dimmed your light. And now Spirit's encouraging you to step out from under that darkness of someone who wants to take away your self-esteem and self-worth and tell them to go kick rocks so you can come out and feel the sun again. And for some of y'all, feeling worked, overworked, yeah, that's why the rest card came out too. And then, as Eternal Light mentions Mercury, I got Mercury at the bottom of my deck. Short term, decisions without thought, irritable, indecisive, critical, deceptive, blunt and cruel words, sarcastic, and fleeting. Yeah, for some of y'all, this is all about not making a decision either. You're fearful of it. But I feel like y'all are in denial of something too. You're in denial of the truth and you're running from it now. You're fleeting from it. Even though you're being divinely guided towards it, because I got divinely guided on the bottom of this deck now. And it says, trust the wisdom of the universe and remain open to receive guidance as you journey through life's mysteries. So know what you're working on, going towards, and these decisions you're, been forced to make or feeling like you're getting ready to make, it's being divinely guided for you to move towards it, to making that decision. Again, I feel like this involves, for some of y'all, it's a situation, could be at work, could be in your personal life, but for others, this involves a person in a relationship. Stop hanging yourself up, is what I just heard Spirit say. All right, Spirit, one more. And then I'll get into this tarot, because I got to pull a couple more oracle cards for y'all. Oops. Missed my Zoom call today. Oh well. Spirit, what else? One more. Stay awake. Amidst confusion and intense crisis, seek the light of understanding and resolve. Yeah, I feel like for some of y'all, this is y'all trying to seek understanding and stay in y'all's power to resolve any issues or problems you're facing, that you're dealing with right now. Even though there's been some type of complication, I feel, for some of y'all, especially if y'all getting tied up in other dramas that's coming into the picture, which I feel like some of y'all have had other unexpected things happen. So it's been hard to stay motivated, determined, and focused to getting things resolved, especially, for some of y'all, this is a work situation. For others, this is a person. But other things have come into the play that have taken you away from your focus on trying to get back to this situation or this person or group of people to resolve any issues or conflicts y'all have had recently. Misunderstandings is the other one. Okay, I'll take one more. So you're feeling better, Darby? I hope so, sweetheart. One more, Spirit. And I'm putting this deck up. Anchor. Afraid to move on and stay stagnant. Let go of the past. Instability. Unchanged. Adrift and losing motivation. Stubbornness. Someone's being stubborn. Someone's not willing to let go of the past. They're afraid to move forward. And there's a lot of instability there. And an unwillingness of change. Like I still pick up, like from yesterday, someone needs to apologize for something. They know they effed up, but for some reason their pride and their ego is getting in the way from admitting they were wrong and apologizing to someone they really want to apologize to make things right. But I don't feel like they're going to apologize anytime soon. So whoever that's for, y'all are staying stuck for that reason, just so you know. All right, I'll put this up now. Katie, I don't know who you are. I'm picky about my mods. I don't need any mods right now, but thank you for asking. It's alright, Eternal Light. Hi, Jack. Alright. Which next, Spirit? Hold on. gotta pull a few more cards and pull a few oracles. And then I'll be able to go over this general collective with y'all. I'm Gravy Jack. Thank you for asking. How you doing? That's good to hear, Jack. Alright, Spirit. Can I get some advice? Please and thank you. Well, advice for the collective, please. Spirit. There's the eagle right there. Best card. Alright. Let's see. This. Hi, Larry. How you doing? Oh. I hope I don't get tired on y'all too early tonight. No, baby, I haven't. It's good to see you too, Larry. I just munched on some chips and beef jerky. That was it. I was going to get up and do a couple of things, but then my sciatica really got started with me today, to where it wasn't just numbing one part of my foot like it'll do in part of my leg. It was basically in the palm of my foot, where I couldn't walk for a little bit. Because if I had tried to get up and walk, I probably would have fallen. What are you growing for? Yeah, sciatica is bad, and it really gets to me when it acts up. especially knowing I have that cyst in my back. And it acts it up and aggravates it even more sometimes. So, like my whole calf muscle, the back of my leg felt semi-numb. It started tingling a little bit too, but it was burning, that burning sensation. Spirit, one card, please. Ooh, got love. Hi, Ashley. Oh, Teddy's always watching. He's my protector. Oh, what did I do with that deck? Oh yeah. Yeah, Darby. Well, I mean, I take that regularly twice a day. And even after taking it, my sciatica still acted up. So, what I ended up having to do was take that other medicine that I don't like taking because it only knocks me out for 10, 12 hours. But I think because I didn't take something else, it didn't do that, thank goodness. Because otherwise, if it had, I probably wouldn't have been here tonight because I would have still been sleeping right now. Ouch. So I'm probably going to have to pull this ottoman over and put my legs up to take some of the pressure off my leg until I can get out there and get out there on the bowling lane again. That'll help a lot to get some of that movement back in my body. I mean, I'll get something to eat, Bob. Like I said, baby, I would not have been able to really eat anything earlier today because I was in pain. I was in some serious pain. I didn't think I was going to make it tonight. I was really worried. It's one thing when my sciatica acts up and it's just sore, but when it starts to burn, that really hurts. Especially when I can't put any weight on my foot. It's not just like one side of my foot. It's in the palm center of my foot. And what makes it even worse is it's my driving leg. The one I use to, for braking and all that. So, alright, Spirit, can I have one card, please? Or a couple of cards real quick. Thank you. But I decided I would try and lay down. I had enough time and hoped and prayed that other medicine would knock me out. So it didn't. And it seemed like it helped calm it down a lot. Plus the weather don't help. It started raining again today. And just naturally being a woman doesn't help either. Please hum out, angel eyes, and how you doing, beautiful? Alright, a couple of these cards, and then I'll be ready. Spirit. Ouch. So like I told you, I'm a champ. I'll take it like a champ. Okay, I'm ready. Alright. Alright, beautiful people. This is a general collective reading, so take what resonates, leave the rest. So, it's not a personal reading. It's a general collective. So, only some things may fit. All of it could possibly fit. And none of it may resonate for you tonight. But if nothing resonates for you tonight, I don't feel like you're hearing it for no reason. I feel like there's still messages here, but it may not be meant for you to listen to it today, but maybe for you down the road. And if something don't fit, beautiful people, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. Y'all know the drill. So first up, I have focus on the positive. Always remain positive. Even in your darkest days, still find a reason to remain positive. Because that's when blessings come. That's when the universe has a unique way of coming in and blessing us. Because they see and watch us where we're more in, we're grateful for, you know, the things we do have instead of focusing too much on what we don't have or the things that are going wrong. Instead, we turn our attention to focusing on what's, you know, going right. And if you feel like there's something you're misunderstanding or you need someone to help you see the positive, Spirit said, look to others for guidance. So if there's something you can't see from a positive point of view or focus on staying positive in that mindset, then Spirit wants you to ask others for help, for advice, for guidance. Next one is lead by example. Be a role model. Be a mentor. Be, you know, if you're in, you know, management in your professional life, be that role model. Lead by example. You're a strong leader is what Spirit's showing me, because I get the leadership card right here with it. I can't make this up. So Spirit's seeing the leadership traits and characteristics in you that makes you a strong leader, a strong mentor. And that could be just leading your family, you know, or being a great parent. It doesn't have to be in a professional manner. It doesn't have to be some big fancy title of any kind. It could be, you know, something as simple as being a good parent, grandparent, even a good sibling, a good friend, a good, you know, child to your mom and dad. Tell you how it resonates, y'all. The next one is possess self-confidence. Always be confident. Always be secure and sure of yourself. Because that's what also attracts abundance and attracts the right people into our life. So if you're not feeling very confident, whatever those doubts and those worries, that heaviness that I'm picking up from some of y'all, Spirit wants you to release it. And still focus on the positive. Be more mindful of the positive. Release what's no longer serving your highest good so you can focus on the positive and see things from a brighter point of view. And that'll give you the confidence you need and clarity of thought is the other thing Spirit just put in my head. And the last one, thoughts create your reality. And this is so true too, because this goes along with the abundance. This is like the magician card. You have all the capabilities, all the knowledge, wisdom, experience to create the life you want, what those dreams and goals and desires are. All you need to do is start with thinking in that term first and then put action towards it. Because once you have a clear idea of what it is you want, and if you want it bad enough, then that's when you gradually start acting upon it. And it becomes like a beautiful gift to you and to the universe. So whatever it is you're wanting to create, whatever those thoughts are, it's going to be a gift to the world and a gift to, most importantly, yourself. Just to believe that you can have the things you want and wish for and desire in this life, because we're all deserving. Don't ever think you're not deserving. You're more than deserving. Every single one of y'all are deserving of happiness, love, joy, prosperity, good health, all those good things we all want. Never forget it. Now, first up, I did pull a theme for tonight's general collective reading, and I got the Queen of Wands. And this is all about y'all being confident, being courageous, believing in yourself, being determined, having that zest for life energy. So, in y'all's recent past energy, a lot of this feels like love. It feels like romantic love. But I also feel like part of this for a couple of y'all could be tied to y'all's professional life too. So y'all take it how it fits. First one up though is Seven of Wands. Or, yeah, Seven of Swords, correction. This is y'all like keeping something to yourselves. Being in denial of something. I feel like for some of y'all, this is like pertaining to a relationship, y'all's feelings for someone. Like you keep telling yourself you don't care about someone when you actually do. Or your feelings aren't as strong as they say they are. So you haven't been upfront and clear with this person, or even upfront with yourself. So you've been holding back. You've been holding back your feelings a lot, is what I'm picking up. Because I even get the Six of Pentacles with this, and the Six of Pentacles is all about give and take. But I feel like someone's been giving more than you've been giving to them, because you keep holding back your heart, your feelings, your wants, your dreams, your desires, being in that vulnerable state with this person. You know, this is romantic love is what I'm picking up, but even in a friendship role, in a professional role, I feel like it's just your self-limiting beliefs, you know, not feeling like you're confident enough to get the job done, and, keeping that to yourself, not, willing to ask your boss or someone else for help, like your pride's getting in the way. So that's kind of like being in denial of what it is y'all are thinking and feeling. And then y'all's present energy, so that was past energy. Present energy is the Ace of Cups. This is all like new love, a new connection, a new beginning. So like I said, some of y'all just met someone new that y'all are connecting with on a romantic, level. But even for some of y'all, it's a friendship, a new friendship where y'all are bonding. I also feel like this could be someone starting a new job, a new career, or a new role, like you got promoted. And I feel like the divine is rewarding you, because I feel like that this is a big opportunity that you're wanting to take action, where like the divine is like offering this cup of love to you from this person or this opportunity, and now you're ready to take action and act upon it. So for y'all who've been doubting y'all's feelings or trying to pretend like you don't care about someone as deeply as you may have developed feelings for, I feel like you're ready to admit to that and you're willing to take action and move towards this person. For those of y'all in a professional manner, I feel like this is y'all also willing to finally acknowledge that, yeah, you do have the skills, the abilities to get the job done and do it well and do it efficiently. It just takes time for you to reevaluate yourself and make those adjustments in y'all's head, because I feel like many of y'all still be getting lost in y'all's thoughts. I keep getting Eight of Swords energy. But in the center, we have the Hierophant. And The Hierophant is all about that wisdom, knowledge, traditions, gifts, skills. Um, in a love reading, I could read this like a marriage card. So this has the potential for marriage. For some of y'all who are connecting with someone new, there is that marriage there possibility, and I feel like you're able to see it through those eyes, which I feel like you come to that realization now that you understand that this person you're connecting with is that person you could see yourself possibly getting married to one day. So now you're willing to take action towards it and be disciplined and be organized and strategic. So I get the Emperor card here. For a professional sense, y'all, I feel like this is y'all having to break away from old patterns, old traditions, old beliefs. I feel like there's been something that's gone on at your new job or in your new role that doesn't align with maybe some of your core beliefs or what the initial policies of the company or the business was about. And so you're having trouble connecting to it. But I feel like it was hard for you to understand what some of those policies the company had in place. So now you're willing to now come to the table and accept what those policies are, even though you might still be the one that's going to step out from breaking the rules, so to speak. I feel like you're seeing it from a different point of view now, and you're able to jump on board and be in this leadership role, like the Emperor, because I have the Emperor here. So there's a leader, there's structure here, there's direction, taking charge, holding down the reins, and believing in what the company stands for. Where maybe before you might have lacked faith and belief in the company and where they were taking their employees into the future. But in y'all's obstacle role, I get the Wheel of Fortune. So instead of reading it upright, which would tell me that there's good fortune, new opportunities coming your way, I'm reading it this way, which is more so telling me that you're resisting this abundance, that things are getting the best of you. Um, the energy I read from this card is y'all are still struggling to see yourself as a success. And because you're struggling to see yourself as a success, this Wheel of Fortune can't turn in your favor just yet. So it's not going to turn, and you're going to have to work a little bit harder to get it to turn and bring you the abundance and good fortune you're looking for. This is Spirit's, showing me that despite knowing you have the potential, the abilities, the skills, especially talking from a professional point of view, you're going to need to possibly go back and, do some more research, work on some other skills that I feel like needs finessing to be able to come to the table and be more confident. So this will turn in your favor. Because I get the Hierophant again here, which is just all about skills, all about those abilities. Yes, it's a card of traditions too, but it's also a card of someone who's very well experienced, has a lot of wisdom, has, been through life and has, seen their fair share of ups and downs, which I feel like y'all have. But it's still in doubt of your capabilities. Even though maybe others see your potential, you're still failing to see it in yourself and seeing yourself as this Hierophant, all powerful, all knowing, can do anything, can survive anything. You're still struggling to see yourself in this powerful light to where others look up to you in that role model role too, I feel. And then the last role I get, the Chariot. And this is all about victory. Things moving forward. So at some point, if you can get over your ego, your doubts, your self-limiting beliefs, and focus on, finessing your skills, or focus on being more vulnerable with, the people you're connecting with, you're going to find yourself in success and victory. It's right here. And I even have it confirmed with the Three of Cups. Celebration, success, victory, achievement, happiness, joy. So it's sitting here right here for you. But you got to get over to be able to turn this wheel from going this way to this way. So you will have success. The Spirit showing me the advice is Be willing to make efforts working with people, and also engaging with the person you're connecting if you're talking about romance, because here's the Three of Wands. Y'all working together, collaborating with each other, um, making that connection, building on the foundation that it's started on. In the professional world, this is you having to put in the extra effort, collaborating and working with others to make this job um, successful for you, and for your boss and your company to see that they made the right decision by choosing you for the job instead of choosing someone else. But it's going to take you having to go deep within again, because I feel like there's going to be some struggles here. You're not going to completely come off that bench and give your all just yet. I still feel a little bit of hesitation. So you're going to have to dive deep, go within to get that willpower so you can start aligning again with what it is you're wanting, with your career, with your love life, with your other relationships, allowing it all to align, bring it forward like one happy, beautiful symphony where it all comes together. And then, where'd that other card go? I also get the Seven of Wands, which is all about having a big ego and unable to see other people's point of view, unable to see other people's sides, their point of view. So arguing with people, and this comes back to even this Hierophant card about traditions. So even in your relationship, things may not align with the other person. You may not be aligning in all y'all's beliefs. You know, maybe one of y'all's more traditional than the other. So how is that going to work? It's going to take patience, understanding, communication, and instead of resisting it, be willing to move with it. Move with that energy. Take a chance. This, person, this connection can teach you a lot of new things. But it's all about you having to change your ways of thinking. Because I get the Death card. So, Spirit's saying change your ways, change your behaviors, change your attitude, change your mindset, your perspective. Whether you want to talk about this romantically, with friendship, or in a professional sense. It's all about changing your point of view. Get out of your ego, get out of your way. Be vigilant and be willing to see other people's point of view, their perspective, and be able to walk away from the behaviors and patterns you've created over the past that's no longer serving your highest good anymore. Because you're going to have to shed it away. Otherwise, you won't find yourself in success. It'll be delayed, I feel. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I feel it'll be a big delay if you're wanting it now. You're going to have to bend a little bit, be a little more flexible. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? And now for the Oracle cards. First one up, focus on the brilliance from the Guides of the Hidden Realms. It says, when a skilled archer prepares to shoot, they focus on their target. Their skills and knowledge come together as they release their arrow, fully expecting that it will hit the exact spot that they have claimed. They feel their success in advance, as something already complete, and so it comes to be. Your task now is to choose your target or intention for an experience. Then feel it as if it's yours already. Stay the course, paying no attention to distractions and refusing to entertain anyone's drama. Wear this truth lightly, knowing there is no need to grasp or chase what is already yours. Let your arrow of destiny fly into the sky, traveling in its own way. Even if it appears to move away from the target, know that the wind will blow it back without your needing to intervene. Trust the mark that the universe has chosen for you now, and release your need to know the exact form. Also, keep in mind that the universe has an element of delay. There may be a stretch where you see nothing happening, but don't allow that to sway you. Stay positive, and then focus on your next task with the full expectation that you will hit your mark. You will feel such satisfaction and fulfillment when you do. This card is just confirming what part of what I was saying earlier in the tarot. Focus. Be attentive. Stay positive. And know that whatever's meant for you, the divine, the universe will bring it forward. So don't, lose faith in yourself or lose faith in the possibilities of something better happening, something greater coming forward. New opportunities again. New possibilities. I feel like for many of y'all, the possibilities are endless. The possibilities will only end where you hold yourself back instead of, welcoming all those endless possibilities and abundance to come towards you. Because I feel like some of y'all are scared of y'all's own success for some reason. That's what I keep getting. Scared of your own success. And then I pulled from the Wisdom of the Oracle. Let's see. And the card I got is Deep Knowing. Intuition is the faculty that allows you to enter into a dialogue with Source. The consciousness that you are a part of but cannot see with the naked eye. It's perplexing that people are taught to ignore this natural capacity, to navigate their journeys, to access their inner guidance. Know that you have an ability to read between the lines and find all the truth that was missing when the story was told. This deep knowing allows you to open the door to wisdom far greater than what is available in the limitations of human capacity and experience. You're given information that may make no sense whatsoever to the logical mind or five senses, but which is 100% correct and true. The trick is to listen and then to act accordingly. You're now invited into the sacred dialogue of deep knowing, so tune in and trust your vibes. They will be right. Ask and you will receive answers from unusual sources. There are occasions when you just know, deep in your heart and soul, that a person is going to play a meaningful role in your life. Someone crosses your path and suddenly, out of the blue, you're connected at a level impossible to describe. That feeling marks a moment in time, etched indelibly onto your soul. Someone has entered your life who will be instrumental in your journey, so pay attention. Two hearts are calling to each other to begin and process. This is also a sign that your intuition about the person you care about is correct. Trust your heart to lead you now. Magic is about to happen. Ooh, I like that. So trust yourself. It's like Spirit keeps telling y'all, you already have the answers. This is a matter of y'all trusting y'all self. Trust the answers that Spirit keeps telling y'all, keeps delivering y'all. When y'all keep asking for guidance, the universe is answering you. You just got to be willing to pay attention, beautiful people. And then I pulled a spirit animal card from one of my spirit animal oracles. And the card I pulled is Deer. And it says love. Be gentle with yourself. You heal with the power of love. See the light in all things. Acknowledge your self-worth and grace. There you go. There's love again. And yeah, please do not forget to love yourself. Have self-worth and self-love. Because you can't expect others to love you if you don't first love yourself. And by you teaching them how to love you by loving yourself will even allow your relationships to grow even stronger. Be long-lasting. And let's see, I pulled a couple from my, what is this? Message of the Cosmic. First one says, stop giving away your power right now. So y'all keep giving y'all's power away to someone. And Spirit saying, stop it. Take your power back. Claim it. It doesn't belong, to anyone else except for you. So call it back. And the other one is, take responsibility for your choices. This is your life to live. Own it. Take responsibility for your choices and your actions. It's your life. Live it well. But make sure you take accountability for the consequences that come with some of the decisions you make too. That's inevitable. And then a few messages I pulled from my messages from the universe. If you are worried you don't have the strength to move on, think of how much strength you are using to hold on. Then redirect that energy and enjoy your life. Know you have the strength to keep going, keep pushing forward. Even on your worst days, find that inner strength deep within to get up and keep going, to move forward as you believe and have faith in the divine that things will get better. The next one is, if you find yourself constantly seeing recurring numbers or words, it is a sign that you are being supported, cared for, and divinely protected by the universe. Beautiful things are about to happen to you. So if you're seeing synchronicities in numbers, words, anything, just out of the blue, it just keeps appearing everywhere. Wherever you go, wherever you look, without looking for it, it's just there. That's a sign from the universe. And as y'all hear me say, that's usually a postcard from heaven, from one of your loved ones to let you know you're not alone. So pay attention to it if you're experiencing this. And the last one is, a chapter in your life is coming to an end. Rest assured that beautiful things are ahead in this next chapter. Let go of all things that are out of control and move forward. There are more beautiful things ahead than any you leave behind. Yes, claim this too. Know there's more beautiful things ahead if you just look forward and not backwards. Release what's behind you. You don't need it anymore. The only thing you need to bring forward with you is the people you want in your life and the lessons you've learned. Everything else, leave it behind you, because Spirit's bringing you towards something greater, something bigger and better. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight is Uriel. It's going to be okay. No matter what's happening, it's going to be okay. Everything is working out for you. The angels of light are shining upon you, your situation, and anyone involved. If you are feeling overwhelmed or anxious, know this is a reminder of how much you care about things turning out well. And they will turn out well. And the positive affirmation is, thank you, Uriel, for helping me trust in the process. Thank you, Uriel, for helping me trust in the process. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading. So again, beautiful people, take what resonated. Leave behind the rest. And if something didn't fit, don't force it to fit. If nothing resonated for you tonight, well, I don't believe you found me by accident. If you're here, you are meant to hear these messages. It just may mean it's meant for you down the road to listen to again. So this reading will be here, beautiful people, if you shall ever feel called to it. And this is for anyone who's here now and anyone who comes later down the road. This is a timeless reading. All right, put these cards up now. So how's my beautiful people doing? Y'all feeling good? Hi, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, mental health. How you doing, sweetheart? You're superb. That's awesome. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that y'all are doing gravy. That helps me. Okay. Alright. So, since we didn't get to do it last night, y'all, I'll have to double check, make sure I don't have any paid readings. And if I don't have any paid readings, we can pull out my Britney deck. And I'll pull a Britney card for y'all. I could pull out my Rebel deck too, but I have another deck I wanted to use. So, I guess I can let y'all decide which one. First, I gotta get up for a minute. Yeah, I was gonna pull from the deck, but not tonight. Let's see. Ooh, my back just broke. You love Queen Britney. I know some of y'all love this deck. Someone requested this deck, so they said we needed a Britney night. I said, okay, that works. But let me run to the restroom, beautiful people, and stand up for a minute. I gotta walk for a minute so I can get some of this pain in my sciatica to calm down a bit. So I'll be right back, y'all. food in my house except for lunch meat. And I don't eat bread, usually. So, I just grabbed another bag of beef jerky and some cheese, so I can munch on that. Because he hasn't, obviously done any grocery shopping yet. Britney. Let's see. Hi, Cynthia. How you doing? How's everyone doing? So, beautiful people, if y'all want me to pull a Britney card and a Rebel card for y'all, type me. Bishop, if you want a personal reading, it's $30 US. Alright, Diane. I thought you beautiful. Yeah. And there comes the lightning and thunder. Judith, you want a Britney card? Eternal light, I know you do, baby. Wherever you went to. And Diane, I can show you how to add mods, honey. And that's fine, baby. I'll give you a minute. Okay. Alright, beautiful people. I'm going to make a list, so if you want a Britney card and a Rebel card, type me. You're welcome, beautiful. I got you, Moonchild. Alright, I got you, Nancy. Who's mean, Bob? What are you talking about, baby? Bob, do you want a Britney card, baby? I'm only gonna make this list once. Oh, my goodness. Ouch. Okay, baby. Catherine, it's just an oracle card, sweetheart. I pulled from one of my oracle decks. That's a Britney deck. It's this one. It's alright, Catherine. I'll put you down, sweetheart. I wanted to do this last night, but it got too late. I'm pulling you a Britney deck, Bob, in a minute. I just added you to my list. Or a Britney card, I mean. Britney deck. See, I can't even talk right tonight. You know, Judith, I'm still waiting for you to come down here. You're welcome, baby. You're 64, Bob? Lasagna. That sounds good, baby. Hello, Fraggle Rock. I'm just munching real quick, y'all. Before Bob has a heart attack on me because I didn't eat. Yeah, it's good. Pepperoni and beef jerky and cheese. Crimson, if you're looking for a reading where you ask a personal question, I mean, I do live readings here. They're more in depth, though. I don't know what you mean by mini. My readings are $30 US. Okay, Crimson Vigilante. I'll be here. Cynthia, that's one of my favorite songs, sweetheart. I love that song. I actually listened to it earlier today, I think. The other song I love by them is Whatever It Takes. And I could blare that song all day long. Hey Debs, how you doing, beautiful? Yep, only people be that ignorant say some kind of comment like that. Amen, Dubs. Even though that song came out years after I went through, you know, stuff I went through, like taking care of my mom and even my back surgery, that song still speaks to me today. And it's exactly how I feel. Men are all talk and no action, pretty much. Yep, you got that right. Hey, Cheryl. How you doing, beautiful? I'm not man bashing, baby. I'm just speaking the truth. Many men are that way. I didn't say all, I said many. You're not that way, Junior? Okay. Hi, Suarez. Thank you. I mean, Bob, you know better than that, baby. Look at all the guys that come on here and talk a good game. Like, you know, how they say that they like me and they're interested in me and they would take me out and do this and do that, you know, do all the things that my insignificant other won't do. But you see, it's all talk. Because 99% of them ain't doing nothing except for talking. Just saying, Bob. And you know it's true too, baby. Alright, baby. I was just speaking facts. Ouch, Debs. I know that's gonna hurt, honey, but I hope that injection does help. Mine was a hit or miss. It either helps me or it didn't. But I know that just all came down to, did they get the exact spot? And sometimes they miss the spot. Excuse me. Hello, Josh. This is true. And Catherine, that's beautiful, honey. I'm happy you got that. That's what it's about. Okay. We'll just do the Rebel one tonight. Y'all seem to like this one a lot. Oh wow, Debs, that's crazy. It took your 6th marriage, Catherine, to find the right one. Hey, beautiful. Sometimes it takes time to kiss a few toads before you find the real one. I get that. Hey, look, I thought I found the one, but apparently I didn't. He must have been a magician. Had me fooled. Married the first 2 twice. Wow. Well, at least you know the first two, you did give it a shot. Not just once, but twice. So this is your fourth husband, technically. Okay. Well, I'm so happy for you, Catherine, that you found someone finally that will stand by you. Because that's important, girlfriend. Trust me, I know. Oh, that's awesome, Debs. Ooh, it got chilly all of a sudden. You're too funny, Bob. Gee, you think, baby? That'd be like trying to touch a hot stove when you know you shouldn't, but you go ahead and do it anyways, just to make sure you're gonna burn your hand. Yeah, it's so funny. All right, beautiful people. Okay, Diane, you're first, beautiful. And thank you for that Akashic reading, sweetheart. Just so you know, beautiful, I was doing it for you too. And I was hoping Linda would have done the reading, because I knew you'd have trouble reading for yourself, but it was interesting to learn what else you found out today about our past lives together, my beautiful soul sister. Ready to rumble? All right. Oh, I'm sure there are, Diane. We just uncovered a couple, the ones that you found. All right, beautiful. Spirit, can I have a card for Miss Diane, please? Spirit, and card for Miss Diane, please. Well, this kind of looks like you too, Diane. Alright, Spirit. One card from Miss Diane, please. Alright, Miss Diane. Look what you got, Diane. You got the badass. Here's what you need to know about the badass. They'll always turn lemons into lemonade. Heartbreak happens, but if you're anything like Britney's badass character from the Womanizer video, you refuse to be defined by your lowest moments, and you take action to turn things around. The badass won't be played for a fool, and knows that sometimes you have to get your hands a little dirty to get things done. Put your inner badass to work when things feel complicated, and remember that you should never settle for anything less than the best in life and in love. I like that. She kind of looks like you, Diane. At least to me she does. Oh, Debs, that's beautiful. You see the resemblance? Yeah, I like that card. And the Rebel card I pulled for you, it says you got a feeling you just can't shake. That little voice inside you, listen to that shit. Right here. You got a feeling you just can't shake. That little voice inside of you says, listen to it. Listen to that ish. That's what I got for you, beautiful. Alright. Who's next? Moonchild. You're welcome, beautiful. I definitely like that card for you, because you truly are one of a kind. Alright, Spirit. For Moonchild. Alright, Spirit. One card for Moonchild, please. Flight attendant. Ooh. I don't think I've ever pulled this one. I know I didn't pull it. I haven't pulled the badass yet. I don't think I've pulled this one yet either. Oh, let's see. Alright. Spirits. Let's see. Can I have one card from this Moonchild? Thank you. Spirit, one card from Moonchild, please. That's funny. Yeah, maybe they are being. All right. Spirit. All right, beautiful Moonchild. Britney card I pulled for you is the flight attendant. It says coffee, tea, or Britney. Britney loves playing a character And the flight attendant of Toxic fame is one of her most iconic music video looks. In her blue miniskirt uniform and jaunty hat, Britney nods to the swinging stewardess of the 60s and the futuristic vibes of the mid-2000s. But underneath her uniform, she's not that innocent. Flight attendant Britney is actually a secret agent in disguise, and she's on a mission. Toxic teaches us that things aren't always what they seem, and life is full of surprises. So be prepared for what's to come and always stay ahead of the pack. Beverage cart optional. Oh, so Miss Moonshine, you're keeping the real you hidden away. It sounds like beautiful. I like this card too. But the real one that's being hidden away is like the one I feel like more of us need to see, honey. You want some kind of secret mission? I could be funny and ask if you're a spy. You have to hide. Yeah, I get that, sweetheart. And then the rebel card I got for you. It says, F, you need your people around you. F, shit is about to get real. I bet stuff is about to get real. Something tells me you're fiery like me. I can see you putting a lot of people in their place too, and they wouldn't see it coming. You'd have everybody's head spinning. That's what I have for you, beautiful moonchild. All right. Nancy Cantor, you're next, honey. Can I have a card for Miss Nancy, please? Nancy. You're welcome, honey. You like that card? I like that card, too. I hope it resonated, Moonchild. Spirit, one card for Nancy, please. Thank you. The Yogi. Wow. I definitely haven't pulled this one either. If only I could bend like this. Alright. Oh, I completely understand that, Moonchild. You're 36 backwards, Debs. I like that. Well, that won't work for me since I'm 44. And it definitely wouldn't work if I was 45 either, because then that would make me older. Alright, Spirit. One card for Nancy, please. Oh, come on, Spirit. Okay, Nancy. The Britney card you got is the Yogi. In the late 2010s, Britney began to practice yoga with an open mind and a serious dedication to mastering complicated poses, and she showed off her hard work on Instagram. She even shared that she did hours of yoga in her hotel rooms while on tour. From handstands to warriors to graceful flows, Britney has demonstrated a deep understanding of the power of yoga to calm the mind and energize the body. Follow the yogi's example today and take a moment to breathe, refocus, and relax, connecting all the energy within you and finding your inner light. Ooh, that's beautiful. I like that one too. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you says, it's dark and you can't see an effing thing. Get your head out of your ass pronto. Oh, I love this deck. That's what I got for you, Nancy. I hope that resonates, sweetheart. You know, Judith, you never answered me, sweetheart. All right, Bob. You're next, baby. Are you leaving, Judith? All right, Bob. Let's see. One card for Bob, please, babe. The movie star. All right, good night, Judith. Sweet dreams to you, honey. That looks like something I would wear. All right, Spirit. One card for Bob, please. Hello, Gio Gomez. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Well, that's not work, Spirit. Can I have one card for Bob, please? That's kind of funny. I haven't pulled this one yet. All right, Bob. You got the movie star. And it says, it was only natural that Britney would land a starring role in a movie at some point in her career. And she did just that with 2002's Crossroads. Britney plays Lucy, a young woman stuck between girlhood and grown-up, who embarks on a road trip with her two best friends to find her mother. Taking on a full-length feature film was a risk, but one Britney was willing to take. Crossroads has enjoyed a renaissance in recent years. The movie star takes chances and tries new things, and you should too. Wow, I like that, Bob, and that does speak to me, to you, a lot, that you take chances. You're willing to take risk. I like that for you. And then the Rebel card you got is, you need some effing yoga in your life. Ancient shit is cool. Spirit wants you to start doing yoga, Bob. They're saying you're ancient. You're supposed to be cool like that. Oh, I was wondering if you wanted a Britney card and a Rebel card before you went to bed. He used to bend over backwards for people. That's funny, Bob. So you're saying you're already good at yoga. You're pretty good at that pose. All right, Judith. I'll do you now, sweetheart. So they're getting ready to go to bed. All right, Spirit. One card for Judith, please. For Judith, please. One card for Judith, please, Spirit. The Forest Fairy. I remember this. I did pull this before. Just don't remember what it says. All right, Judith. You got the Forest Fairy. And it says, everyone needs time to themselves, including the Princess of Pop. When it comes to much deserved rest and relaxation, Britney keeps it low-key. Trips to Hawaii, horseback riding, swimming in the ocean, and enjoying the beauty of the great outdoors. When you're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or tired, there's nothing like getting outside and grounding yourself in nature, something Britney can definitely attest to. Channel Forest Fairy Britney when you need to hit the pause button and reunite with your sense of childlike wonder. So get outdoors more. Have some fun, Judith. That's what this card is pretty much saying. And then the Rebel card I got for you says, this is what it says. Here's the front of it, Judith. U equals. And the other side of it says, loosen the F up. Control freaks don't get laid. And this is too funny because it just kind of goes like along with like what Bob was saying, how he bends over backwards. I just found that hilarious. The irony of this. That's what I have for you, Judith. All right, Catherine, you're next, honey. Let's see. What does Britney want to say? There's some good cards in this deck. It's deeper than I thought it was going to be. But I like it. Spirit. Card for Catherine, please. Can I have one card from Miss Catherine, please? Wow, I got the movie star again. That's the second time she's come out tonight. Spirit, can I get one card for Miss Catherine, please? So, the movie star. And for those who weren't paying attention, this is for you, Catherine, the movie star. It was only natural that Britney would land a starring role in a movie at some point in her career. And she did just that with 2002's Crossroads. Britney plays Lucy, a young woman stuck between girlhood and grown-up, who embarks on a road trip with her two best friends to find her mother. Taking on a full-length feature film was a risk, but one Britney was willing to take. Crossroads has enjoyed a renaissance in recent years. The movie star takes chances and tries new things, and you should too. So Spirit's saying you should try new things. Take chances, honey, if you don't already. And then, the Rebel card I got for you, Catherine, says, you're giving too many Fs. Give 0. Like me. That's what I normally do. I don't give any Fs to people anymore. Especially the ones who don't deserve it. They don't deserve for me to care. And that's what I have for you, beautiful. Camp World, you need to learn some manners. Oh, Bob, that's how we show respect to our elders, baby. Alright, Eternal Light. You're next, baby. It's like, people don't tell me what to do. Let's get that straight. Camp World, this is my channel, not yours. Nobody bosses the boss around. Let's get that straight. So, you're not entitled. I don't like people who are rude and don't have any manners or respect. Alright, Spirit. For Eternal Light. One card for Eternal Light, Spirit. Well, dang, Spirit. Okay. What's that, Gremlin? How you doing, baby? I mean, you know, sometimes I really don't have one to give, especially for people who don't deserve it. But I'm picky about what I do give. Alright. Rebel card for Eternal Light. Alright, Spirit. Alright. That's right, Diane. That's exactly what I do. Alright, Eternal Light. The first card I got for you, baby. From the Britney deck. Crimson Vigilante. You can't do the super chat for a reading. You'd have to send it to my PayPal or my Zelle or Venmo. Alright, Eternal Light. The Ringleader. Britney stepped triumphantly back into the spotlight in 2008 with the release of her sixth album, Circus, playing the role of ringmaster and confidently running the show. The circus era was all about reclaiming her rightful place as the princess of pop. Its massive success, including a global world tour, is an important lesson in finding your strength after a setback. All eyes on you. Remember, you're the ringleader. You call the shots. Ooh, Mr. Ringleader, you call the shots, huh? Is that right, baby? You call the shots? I like that card. And then, I already pulled this once tonight. The Rebel card you got, baby. It's dark and you can't see an effing thing. Get your head out of your ass pronto. I like this card. That's what the front of it says. You can start. Okay, baby. And that's what I have for you, baby. Okay. I want to see something. Are they? I just did, beautiful. I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel it. I just don't know if it's because of that medicine I took earlier or not. That's what I don't know, Diane. Because that medicine I took earlier would normally knock me out, and it surprises me it didn't do that. But then again, I didn't take the other medicine with it. That would have knocked me out. But yeah, my eyes do feel a little strained because of it. And I just saw a spirit orb just now. Yeah, that was the same rebel card I pulled for you, Nancy. I love this deck. It could be so funny sometimes. But this Britney deck's pretty cool too. We go deep with Britney and then have some sarcasm with the rebels. And it seems to go well with the Britney deck. So how y'all doing? How's everyone feeling? Okay, honey. I will. Thank you. I think, yeah, because I'll probably just hang out for a little bit. Especially without any paid readings. And then I could take the pressure off my leg where that sciatic nerve is running down the side of my leg, because I hate it when it goes into the palm of my foot. Because then I get scared that I won't be able to walk. Because my foot has gone numb on me in the past. It's been a long time since it's been like that numb, but it has happened. Was that my Alejandro Bob? It's a different one? Okay. Thank you for checking, honey. I just want to be sure. Hi, Cypher. Yeah, time for you to go. Hidden, then unhidden. Hidden, then unhidden. Here. Let me try one more time. I can't even get to it now. There. Thank you, Diane. You leaving now, Judith? Sweet dreams. beautiful. Have a good night. Doesn't feel like it's Friday already. This week does seem like it went by pretty fast. Let's see. I don't know what that is. It's weird. It's okay. No, it was a different one, so he was meant to be hidden. Yeah, I haven't seen Imelda. It's been a while since I've seen her. Normally she comes on too. I don't know, I have to check. I'll check tomorrow, see if I find her somewhere else. Your family ranch is still underwater, Moonchild? Or is that someone you know? And that's just crazy. I'll say prayers for y'all and for that family. If it's not your family, honey. Oh, Bob, I don't know Celsius. I only know Fahrenheit, baby. Wow, Moonchild. I hope y'all are okay, honey. I hate to hear that. I know it stormed here today, too, but nothing's underwater that I'm aware of. Ouch. I know y'all are right there by the ocean. (15°C). Ouch. Okay, Diane. See you later, beautiful. Oh, I know. Hurricane season doesn't start till what, May? Isn't it May? It's like the end of May, right? Or is it the beginning of May? So all that global warming is what people keep saying. It's causing it. You know, it's so crazy because I remember my doctor telling me that based on where the pain is in your foot that's caused by your sciatica would tell you which part of your spine is messed up. Well, where mine is, as far as I know, that part of my spine isn't messed up. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So it's kind of interesting, though, how they try and put that together. Hi, Luce. How you doing? Yeah. Moonchild, I might have to, honey. Especially if there's no readings, so I can save my energy for the weekend. Because I'm going to try and do a another live during the day on Saturday and take it all the way into the night. So I'll definitely need the sleep then. Well, how y'all doing? Are y'all hanging in there? Like I said, I almost canceled the live tonight, but I said no. I wouldn't do that if I could lay down and get some rest, which I did. I know it is. I know, and I don't want y'all to feel my pain. Like I did the other night, being stubborn, trying to get Chief's reading done. Well, if I cut this live short tonight, then I could be on here tomorrow earlier. And then try and definitely get on Saturday during the day. Hello, Dee Dee. I just need to get a massage done. I gotta get some of these knots out of my back and out of my leg because I even have a knot in my foot. But I never could get back to them getting it out, so. Okay, Moonchild. Thank you, I will, honey. Love you too. You get some sleep too, girlfriend. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi, Mark. You need a massage too. Yeah, I definitely need one. I used to get them done often, like every 3 or 4 months, but I haven't had one done in some years now. Yep. Should be right there still. Yes, I do. I have a bathtub. Why you ask, Bob? Hi, Deslin. Yeah, I've done the Epsom salt before. I can't remember if it helped me or not. I don't remember, honestly, no. That was such a long time ago. I guess that's something I can always try once I get some Epsom salt from the store, because I don't have any here. Because I've never needed it because I have my hot tub, and that always helped. But naturally, my hot tub isn't connected. It's sitting outside of my backyard, but it's covered. I haven't plugged it in because I have to put up a fence before I can plug it in and fill it up with water and then put all the chemicals in it. Yeah, Marky Mark, I can't do that, baby. It's illegal here. And my doctor would not allow it. So, my doctor would release me if they ever found that in my system. Move the couch and put it there. Well, yeah, I mean, I can move it inside now because my warranty's getting ready to run out. It'll run out next month, in fact. So, my bedroom's big enough for the hot tub to go in there. I would just have to move it from the backyard into the house. So, but I was waiting for the warranty to run out before I did it. So, that's fixing to be so I can. My bedroom's big enough. In fact, that's why I end up extending my house out more. So I could make my master bedroom big enough to put all my furniture in there plus the hot tub. Just like how I had it set up at the old house. Put the couch outside. That's so funny. Yes, Cynthia, that's my song. That's definitely how I feel. And for every single person who ever doubted me in my life, for every single person who ever told me I wouldn't be able to do anything with my life or make it, or I would never be good enough, you know, any of those naysayers and haters, um, that's my song, and it reminds me that how much they are wrong, and it's also my song that, you know, just the whole fact of being a semi-professional pool player, you know, how many people underestimate me just by me simply walking into a pool hall because they look at me and think, oh, I'm a woman, especially one who's nicely dressed, that I wouldn't know how to shoot pool. I wouldn't be, you know, any good at it. And then they find out that I'm actually, you know, pretty good at it. So, and I do live for the adrenaline rush doing all that. So, hi, Nicole. How you doing, honey? So that's my song. I'm never allowed anything to defeat me. I think it's the other reminder of that song. I never have and I never will, because I'll never give up. But my other song that you had first mentioned, Thunder, yep, I love that song too. I used to blare that song, especially at the bowling alley, because every single time you bowl and you hit a strike, it sounds just like thunder, crackling. I love the sound of it. So both of those songs really speak to me. And the other one would be Survivor by Destiny's Child. And what is it? It's either called Stronger or Fighter by Christina Aguilera. And then Unstoppable by Sia. And then Blaze of Glory by Bon Jovi. Those are all my songs I listen to when I need that reminder, or when I just need to wake up in the morning because I'm not a morning person, because they have a pretty good beat to them. So thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that, honey. Oh, is she a Aussie? I didn't know that, Bob. I didn't know that about Sia. Yep. Oh. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that about her, Bob. Stupid questions. Uncomfortable truths, sweetheart, why does it matter? I'm none of those. You didn't even come close. I'm just curious though, why does it matter what my ethnicity is? Well, you know, uncomfortable truth, there's a right way to ask someone their ethnicity, and then there's the wrong way by assuming and guessing. You know, being curious. I mean, you know, there's a saying that curiosity killed the cat. And, it just blows my mind, though. So, Let me show you something uncomfortable truth, because I'm fixing to make my point here. If I looked like her, you wouldn't be asking me that question. And this much I do know. And just so you know, this is my mama. The point is, if I looked like her, pale skin, dirty blonde, blue eyes, or red hair, or if I had dark ebony skin, that question would never come up. You know, I would just be a human being like everyone else. And that's my point. Why can't I just be a human being? Why is there such a fascination in what my ethnicity is just because I don't look white and I'm not black either? But I am half white. So yep. And that doesn't tell me anything. You're a hardworking man. Well, I think what my mod's trying to ask you is, since you're so curious about my ethnicity, how about you tell us what you are? Ouch. Because I definitely don't pay any attention to my ethnicity at all. Aw, thank you, Sonny Lamb. You're so sweet, honey. I know, John, and I don't understand why. Why do people want to categorize me? Like I said, why can't I just be a human being? Because if I looked like my mama, that question, I would never be asked that. But because I don't look like her, even though I'm half white, that question comes up more times than I can count. And if I had $1 for every single time that question was asked on here, I'd be filthy rich right now. Hello, Alex. Well, Catherine, I'm glad you enjoyed tonight. I did too, sweetheart. Thank you for stopping by. See you tomorrow, honey. You know, uncontrollable truth. Would you please explain to me what you consider a simp? Because I really don't like that term either. It's a derogatory term in my eyes. You know, to me, a man who knows how to treat a woman right is no simp at all. They're the exact opposite, in fact. I'd rather date a simp, to be honest, than to be treated poorly by someone who can't value and respect a woman. And you seem to think that these guys have a chance with me or they don't. I'm confused about that part. Uncomfortable truth, what I'm saying to you is the whole simple fact of you going through and even using the word simp, because I really don't like that word. I mean, simp is a very derogatory word in my book. Okay? Once again, a real man, in my eyes, it would be a simp. Because that's someone who truly understands and respects a woman, understands her value, her worth, loves her to the moon and back, and goes out of his way to show it. So that's a real man in my view. But you guys can call them whatever y'all want to call them. But that's what a real man to me is. So a simp would have a chance with me any day over someone who doesn't know how to treat women right. Good morning, Alwyn. I'm feeling that way now. Give it time. Is that right, uncomfortable truth? Well, let me set the record straight here and give you some hard facts. See, I'm a daddy's girl. Not only am I a daddy's girl, I was lucky enough to have 2 men to call daddy who loved me like their own. My stepdaddy loved me just like my real father did, like I was his own flesh and blood. Worshiped the ground my mother walked on, and worshiped the ground I even walked on, to the point that he gave me my first diamonds when I was 10 years old. And the fact when I started dating, he would not allow any boy to come to the house and knock on the door and ask for me, unless they had flowers in their hand to give to me, for one. And two, they were taking me out to a nice place to eat. They weren't taking me to no fast food restaurant, I promise you that. Because if you didn't do either or, my daddy would tell you get the hell off his property. You weren't taking his baby anywhere. Okay? So, you see, I watched my daddy go through and spoil the hell out of my mama. He worked all day, and he would come home. He would cook dinner every night. And he also helped my mother around the house. And he went out of his way to still date her after they got engaged and became married. He still took her out on dates, opened the car doors for her, opened her door for her into any building, ordered for her when they sat at a restaurant. He still brought her flowers, still wrote her love letters and bought her diamond jewelry. So you see, yes, that's the kind of man I want. If you think I'm going to change my mind, you got another thing coming. That won't ever change. You thinking that I would change my mind, you're crazy. Nope. My daddy didn't raise a fool. Promise you that. And I don't settle. I don't settle for the bare minimum. That will never work for me. Hi, James. Hi, Olivia. So you got me confused with somebody else. Uncomfortable truth. I'm not a street girl. Let's get that straight. I'm a high-class, sophisticated woman. Not someone you can just go treat any kind of way you think you can get away with. That don't fly with me. I have high standards and high expectations, and I'll never lower them. Well, because you said that that in time that would change. That I would stop wanting a person who you classify as a simp. So, I set the record straight. Mm. And Bob is right. It's my mom's jobs to watch out for me and protect me. So they're not gonna allow you to mess with me. That's the truth. What I can't understand, uncomfortable truth, is why in today's society, the guys you call a simp, I mean, why you think there's, I like to know what's wrong with that. Because it's truly sad that you would think to treat women any other way than the way a simp would treat a woman. And that woman should accept that. That's not gonna happen here. Yeah, that's uncomfortable truth. You did say that last night. I'm not saying you didn't say that. My mom's just simply saying that there's certain things that, we don't tolerate. There's certain verbiage, certain language you just don't use in here. So, as I said, the derogatory word in my book is simp, which you think is okay to use or to define a true gentleman to me. Um, and you said that I would get tired of that. I'm 44 years old. I'll never be tired of a man treating me like a queen and going above and beyond and out of his way to show me that. So, like I said, he must have me confused with someone else. Because I will not tolerate anything less than that. And I surely wasn't raised to accept anything less than that. You know, the fact that I watched both my father, my daddy, and my grandfather treat my mother and my grandmother, you know, like they were the biggest, most beautiful diamond on the face of the planet. Yep, there's that too, Sunny Lynn. Hello, Nikki from California. Hi, Tara. I think all women should be treated like queens. And that's what I teach on my channel, in fact. I try and teach my ladies to expect more from a man and ask more from a man and not to be afraid to ask or to think less of themselves than to think the highest of themselves. You know, it's all about self-love, self-worth, self-value. And I try and teach the guys here to also hold that self-worth, self-love, and self-value for themselves. And to, you know, be mindful how they do treat the women in their lives. But, you know, uncomfortable truth. I mean, my mods asked you a couple questions about, you know, where you're from. You know, what's your ethnicity? Since you wanted to ask about mine, I mean, it's only fair that we ask about you. Uncomfortable truth, what baggage are you talking about? I mean, and then, you know, why aren't you answer my mom's questions? You get to come here and ask me these questions, but we can't ask you? No, it don't work that way here. Um, Uncomfortable truth, nobody said that you were into guys. I didn't see anybody say that. You still ain't answered the question, though. You just keep jumping around it. I know James Florin, I just told him same thing. That's exactly what it seems like to me, Bob. I mean, you keep deflecting uncomfortable truth. You know, I just want to know why. Why is it okay to come here and ask all these questions, but when we want to ask you something, you hop around and you refuse to answer, or you bring up something else? You know, I asked a question, uncomfortable truth, and you haven't answered the question. Or I should say questions. You keep jumping around instead. So if you came here to talk to me, uncomfortable truth, answer my questions. I know, I like that line too, Cynthia. Hmm. Hmm. You know, JR, a wise man once told me never assume anything because it does nothing but make, you know, a butthead out of you and I both. Only difference is you just made a butthead out of yourself. To come on here and assume I'm mad, you would be wrong. Obviously, you don't know how to read the room. Obviously, you ain't been in my stream to know my personality, to be coming in here right out the gate and be making an assumption. Talking about I'm mad. No, let me tell you something. When I'm mad, there's no mistaking it. There's absolutely no mistaking when I'm mad. So it's not just going to be a look. It's going to be in my voice. It'll be in my tone. Oh, and it will be in the words I use too. Because I just happen to start cussing like a sailor. So trust me, you will know when I'm mad. So to come here and assume that, you're obviously sadly mistaken. You know, Musha Prod, you can get out too. If you really think so, what are you doing here? See you, bye. Uncomfortable truth is a troll. Yeah, that one surprised me. We're not talking about religion, uncomfortable truth. You're the same as Christ, but yet you want to come here and ask where I'm from, what my ethnicity is. You still keep bouncing around the same question. So, you know, I've had enough of the nonsense. It's time for you to go. Because I really just don't have the patience for it tonight. I don't have time for this mindless games. I got better things to do. Bunch of nonsense. I just don't have time for the nonsense. Like, why? I got better things to do to help people than to be sitting here having this discussion. You know? I just want to know, when are we going to live in a world where we truly learn to love each other through our heart and our soul and not with our eyes? Because that's the kind of world I want to live in. And, you know, there's the whole thing about, you know, be the change you seek. All I can do is pass that, those words of wisdom on to everyone else to learn how to love through their heart and soul and not with their eyes. Because if more people could do that, this world would be a lot better place than what it is right now. Hi, Hans. How you doing, baby? This is true. What's that, James? Ouch. You know, I love being here with y'all, and I enjoy helping people. But, you know, some people don't like that. They like to create, you know, nonsense and chaos and all that stuff. Because they're miserable themselves, it seems. Alex, what do you mean we have to listen to others? What others' questions? High speeding disposition. How you doing, honey? Well, that's very sweet of you to say, Victoria. It's good to see you too, Hans. How you doing, baby? Has it been storming up there where you're at? Because I know it just got done storming here earlier. You know, JR, it's just interesting how people read a room, because instead of just making a quick judgment, you know, it's normally usually a good suggestion to take a step back and actually listen. And you might learn a lot just by listening instead of just observing with your eyes. Use your ears to listen more. Because, you know, you obviously don't know what I'm about, and you obviously don't know what my channel's about. To understand that, you know, most of y'all, you know, people like you who come in here obviously think I should be up here, I don't know, I guess laughing like a silly clown or something, apparently. And because I'm not, you naturally think I'm upset or mad. No, I'm a serious person. And I have serious conversations because I get to the heart of the matter. I'm a deep person, so I go deep when I talk to people. And I'm also a psychic tarot reader. So you see, I take my job very seriously. So if I'm not smiling from ear to ear, there's probably a good reason behind it. It does not mean I'm mad or upset either. And now I'm judging. Well, touche. Truly, JR, that's touche, because that's exactly what you did to me. First words out of your mouth. When I'm just stating the facts, you know. And obviously, you've never been around women like me who speak with passion and conviction. But you seem to take it as someone who's mad or upset, once again. So, learn how to listen instead of just observing with your eyes. You can learn a lot just by hushing up and listening. And you may find that your first assumption was wrong, which indeed it was. Well, your wife can say whatever she wants to say, but your wife isn't me either. See, you don't throw me into the same category as everyone else. The people here who've been with me for a while know me. They understand me pretty well. And they would tell you right now I'm not mad or upset. So, but to assume that simply by my facial expression is what it seems like you were basing it off of. And even if you're basing it off of my tone, you don't know my tone when I'm talking serious to somebody. Or when I'm standing up and defending people. I just don't put up with nonsense. See, my mom knows when I'm upset. There's no mistaking it. There's no mistaking it at all. Thank you, Alex. JR, I'm not saying you're trying to fight. I'm just simply stating the facts. That's all I'm doing. Making sure, that everything's clear. Because, see, one thing you'll learn about me is I'm very strong and independent. And I speak my mind. I'm not afraid to speak what I think and how I feel. That's why a lot of people here love and respect me. Because they know I'm going to speak the truth to them. And I don't BS around it. I don't beat around the bush. I show my loving nature, my caring side. But I give people a swift kick in the behind when they need it too. So, I'll be right back. Oh, hi, Lisa. I don't, honey. I ignore them, beautiful. For me, it's just, it's not just about me, beautiful. It's about y'all. I'm not going to let people come in here and be disrespectful. And that's to me, to my mods, and to y'all. There's just no room for that. And I want y'all to feel comfortable here. I don't like it when people try and create drama nonsense. And so, some people just don't know or may not be aware that they're creating that kind of environment. So, in case they don't know that or are unaware, I kind of like to let them know. So, at least they can say they've never been told by someone, because maybe, others, they've gone away with other people and because of that, they think it's okay until they come to realize, oh, wait, my bad, kind of thing. You know, it's like the people that come in here and, what is it they do? Oh, you know, like the ones that, you know, from other countries, and I'm not going to name the countries, but it seems to be common that they come in here and, you know, always, ask for a reading, but never say hello or never use any manners. And, you know, and I got tired of seeing it. And it's like, why is that? So I had to, you know, ask someone one day that I felt comfortable enough asking them. And they, you know, they leveled with me and told me that, yeah, their country, their culture, they don't do things that way. So that's something I learned. And so, okay, I try to understand it from their culture's point of view. But does that, you know, sit right with me? No, because you know, like you and I, we were raised, you know, to be polite, be courteous, have manners, be respectful. So when people come in here and act that way, it rubs me the wrong way, and I can't change that. Hi, Nicola. JR, you didn't piss me off. Let's get one thing straight. You didn't piss me off. Once again, you keep assuming. You would know if you pissed me off. There's no mistaking it. None. That I can promise you. So, if you think I'm pissed off or I've been pissed off since you've been here, you're sadly mistaken. Once again, you take the way I speak and how I speak and the tone I use as being pissed off. No, that's me being strong, standing in my power, standing up for myself and for the people who are here. That's speaking with passion and conviction. And that's obviously something you haven't had a lot of experience with to understand the difference between someone like me who speaks with passion and conviction and someone who's actually pissed off. And I accept your apology. Like I said, I'm not mad. JR, how old are you? Jeeps, if you're looking for a personal reading, it's $30 US for me to do a reading for you, sweetheart. Yep. Jeeps, if you look in the chat, you'll see my name highlighted in yellow. There's a PayPal link there. I also have Venmo and Zelle. Eric. How you doing, baby? JR, you're the same age as me. So, I mean, you honestly never been around a woman like me, who speaks with strong passion and convictions and is sure of herself, who's confident, strong-willed. You know, I could describe me in many words in a nutshell. I'm fiery. I'm a fiery Pisces at that. Hi, Chris. How you doing, honey? Well, that's beautiful, JR. Sounds like you have a beautiful family. I'm not saying your wife's not strong, but she's definitely not like me. Um, because if she was, you would understand me more. You would have known right away that I'm not mad. You would understand where I was coming from, where I speak from passion and conviction. No, I'm not beating anybody up. I'm just simply stating the facts and making sure you understand. I don't want you to misunderstand anything I have to say or who I am. Ouch. Hello, Guillermo. Well, thank you for your service, sweetheart. I don't know, sweetheart, because I really don't know what's going on with you. You know, you saying you got negative vibes around you. I don't know what that means, honey. And I can't go through and I'm not going to tap into someone's energy like that without someone paying for it because I take a risk. There's a risk in what I do and a risk of me getting drained. There's also the risk of me getting attached to something that I don't want attached to me just by simply tapping into your energy. I don't know, Alex. I'm trying to figure that one out myself, honey. So, I can't say to you what's going on with you. With all that, I won't risk it. Hmm. Thank you, honey. Same to you. I wish you and your family the best, honey. Ouch. Hi, Stiff Richard. How you doing, baby? Are you shaking good today? You know me, baby. I had to say something. Your name still makes me laugh when I see it pop up on my screen. Yeah, we do get some people in here that say they're military when they really aren't, which is really sad. Ooh. Yeah. Looks pretty. Yep, Eric. Stolen valors. And it always bothers me to see that. James, I did the general reading at the beginning of the stream, baby. I do it at the very beginning every night. And it's like, I don't think people understand how serious it is. Because you can go to jail for stolen valor. I don't know why people would want to risk that. Well. No wonder. This is true, Eric. They do. I mean, I guess they're trying to impress people. I'm not sure. I just find it very sad. Hans, yes, baby, I do. But I try not to get into it as deep because I'm taking on more than one energy. So, but yes, I run the rest whether I read for the collective or I read for a single person or a group. There's still the risk of taking on everyone's energy and then it draining me, yes. And it will wipe me out because I'm an empath. That's one of my psychic abilities. So think of yourself being able to pick up other people's emotions and feel it literally like it's your own. So let's just say you stood right next to me in a room, just you and I didn't speak a word to you, but you suddenly, you were happy until you walked into a room and stood right next to me, and now you're suddenly sad, like you have a broken heart. That's what an empath. That's what it's like. So for me, it takes on just the whole meaning of feeling everyone else's emotions all at once can be draining. But yes, the negative attachments that come with it too, there is that risk. There is the risk of even something evil being attached to someone unbeknownst to them. There is that possibility. And has it happened? Yes. So I run a lot of risk in that. So that's why I'm very careful. And most people won't, they don't understand what it means to do what I do. Um, does that mean all readers do what I do? No, and they don't. Many of them read from a guidebook, meaning like they study the guidebook, and that's the meaning they pretty much will give you. To where I take it a step further. To where it's not just a guidebook, I'm telling you, I'm also telling you what your spirit guides need you to hear at the time. And in order to tap into that energy, I have to tap into spirit world, plus I have to have my spirit guides talk to your spirit guides and connect to you. And by making that connection by itself, yes, there is the possibility of something like that happening. So, but yes, many people don't know that. Hi, Luz. What you asking about a car for, baby? Oh, thank you, Hans. Hi, Sergeant Curtis. How you doing, baby? Well, sounds like it finally stopped raining. Hi, Jason. How you doing, honey? It's good seeing you again. A little under the weather. I'm sorry, baby. No, Bob, you don't have to donate that, baby. I mean, there's a lot of different shifts going on right now. Um, the Venus was just in Pisces, and now it's retrograding into Aries right now, and it's supposed to move back into Pisces. So let's just say, if you know your birth chart, your zodiac is more than just the sun sign. Okay, so whatever your birth date is, let's just say you were born like me, March 10th. I'm a Pisces sun. But that's not the only sun. That's not the only sun I am. I'm also known as a Aries rising and a Taurus moon. And my placements of Venus and Mars is also Pisces. So right now there's an energy shift going on in the universe where Venus and all that is running into Pisces, and it just retrograded out of Pisces and is now in Aries. So there's a many different energetic shifts going on in the world, and that could just be what you're feeling, which would tell me then that you're either an empath or you're clairsentient, which are two different psychic abilities. They are similar, but they are very distinctly different from one another. A psychic empath is someone who could pick up the emotions of someone else like it's their own. So an example would be, let's just say you just met me and you were happy, all happy and excited, and you walked into a room where I'm at and nobody else is in that room but me. And suddenly you feel like you just had your heart shattered. But there's no rhyme or reason to why you feel that way. And you never spoken a word to me. Only to come find out that I just had my heart shattered. Just had my heart broken. But yet you didn't know that. How could you have known that? Because you never asked me. I never told you. It's because you felt it. So that's what a psychic empath is. And usually when that happens, it can drain you because you absorb other people's emotions. Clairsentient is someone who picks up the energies in the environment around them. You'll pick up the subtle differences, like with the way the universe comes into alignment with the planets, the way the energy moves and shifts around. So you think of someone, or if you've ever heard of someone say anything about when they're in a room and they're by themselves, but yet they know they're not by themselves. They feel like someone's standing in that room with them, watching them. That's clairsentient. You're picking up on a spirit being there next to you. You just can't see them or hear them or feel them, at least not to the touch. But your energy, their soul, the way their energy vibrates in the environment is what you're picking up on to where you know someone's there. So that's the difference. So if you're especially one of those two, you're going to feel it more than anyone. And if you're a Pisces like me, or like me because I'm also Aries, I'm going to feel these energetic shifts more than most. And it'll send you through, if you're not careful, if you don't ground yourself, if you don't center yourself, it can make you feel crazy. It can make you feel like you're depressed. You may not even be able to sleep because of the energy shifts around you. So there's many different ways you can go about doing that, but you first have to learn how to ground yourself. And, also ask for protection from the universe, but also ask for protection from God or divine, whichever name you want to give um, him. And also ask for help and protection from your spirit guides to help ground you, keep you secure and safe so you don't pick up and absorb as much of the energy shifts that keeps playing back and forth in the environment. Because it's affecting everyone. It's not just affecting you. It's affecting everyone who's sensitive, like me. No, I haven't looked in to see what the moon is tonight. Well, thank you for stopping by, James Florin. And thank you for stopping by, baby. Sweet dreams to you. Good night, Alex. You wish it was better, but what's wrong with you, Jason? What's going on, baby? The energy shifts, Jason. Yeah, so that's what's going on right now, baby. So I have to keep up with it here and there because it's thrown me through a loop here and there. Like a week ago, I couldn't sleep for like 2 days straight. I mean, I felt restless. Talk about restless. I felt restless. I felt not depressed. I just felt restless. I couldn't relax. But I couldn't like keep my head focused on anything either. Though I felt like I had a long list of things to do. Like I needed to get up and be, physically doing something to stay busy. Even though I had nothing to do, but the energy in the environment in the universe made me feel that way because of me being Pisces in multiple planets and that being my sun sign, and then also having my rising sign in Aries. That's what it was doing to me. So it was affecting me a lot. But Eric, yeah, it could be contributing to your headaches too, baby. And it's always good to, when you wake up in the morning every day, just do a quick Google search and find out what's the energy shifts going on for the day. And it'll tell you. So you could be mindful of that. Unless you're afraid, that once you read it, that you're going to suddenly start feeling that way. Like become almost like a hypochondriac. And if you get that way, then I was just not reading it. But I'm saying, just something to keep in mind in case you feel off, but you can't place it anywhere else. So it would only make sense to look there first. No, Jason. I'm sorry to hear that, baby. She said her mom's in the hospital. Well, baby, I mean, would you have gone up and seen her mom at the hospital? Do you know her mom? I mean, that would be the way I would find out, baby. That way you would know for sure if she's lying or not. And even just to be there for your girlfriend, for mental and emotional support. Just let her know that you're there and you want to be there. And sometimes it's hard, and it's funny because I just posted a video of this on my channel yesterday. Um, it's a guy that talks about, how women should be treated, talking to us ladies, yes, but also talking to the guys to give y'all his perspective. And one of the videos that I just posted is talking about how an independent woman will never, ask for anything, and even if you ask her if there's something she wants or needs, she'll normally say no. You can't ask an independent woman for if there's something you can do for them. You just have to do it because their pride will get in their way and prevent them from ever asking. And that's very true because I've dealt with that pretty much all my life. I've struggled to ask people for help. It's just one of those things. I'm used to doing it myself, so I don't ever lean on people for help. Now somebody just does it out of the blue without, ever, me saying anything, that's different. But at least that's a sure way to go about showing that you mean what you say. You know, you're putting some actions into your words, you're adding substance to the words you speak. So when it comes to your girlfriend, Jason, I would just simply say, look, I want to be there for you. I feel like I'm supposed to be there for you as your boyfriend, whatever, title you want to give yourself, because I know it's still kind of up in the air. But just let her know that and just show up. The worst she can do is get upset with you if she is there with her mom. But at least I guarantee you she'll always remember that you showed up for her without her ever asking. You just did it. So that would be something I would do, Jason. Well, I mean, baby, can you not find out from your girlfriend what hospital she's at? Or at least call. I would call the hospitals. Do you know the mother's name? First name, last name? Check the hospitals, baby. Just ask if there's a patient there by this name, and they'll tell you. And once you find it, then I would just show up there, baby. Because let me tell you, that would go a long way with me. It would truly show me you cared, that you truly wanted to be there. You know, you put my needs before your own. You know, you knew I was hurting. You knew I'm going through a lot. Just to be there mentally and emotionally. Because, see, the thing about it is that people in general, and I'm talking in general, okay? But it seems to happen more often where guys seem to forget this than the ladies. I'm not saying the ladies don't, okay? So, men, don't get all upset here. Um, it just seems like people forget to follow certain actions. Like, it's like, you forget to do something. And until someone asks you, it's like, the things you used to do, and then you suddenly stop doing them. And I'm, try to figure out why. Um, it seems like, how do I put this? There was a way I was going to put this, and I lost my train of thought. Dang it. That'll come to me in a minute. Oh, what I was gonna say is it's more than just physically being there. You know, you can physically be there, but it doesn't mean you're actually there mentally and emotionally. But it seems like people forget that part. You have to actually really engage with your partner and show them that you are mentally and emotionally plugged into them, into their wants, their needs. You're actually listening to them, paying attention to them. So it's more than just physically being there, is all I can say. Physically being there speaks volumes, yes, but not to the level of mentally and emotionally also being present just as much. Because if that was the case, look at my situation. If that was the case, if all it took is for someone to physically be here with me, everything that's going on in my life, I should be happy then, right? But I'm not, because that's just it. He might physically be here, but he's not here with me mentally and emotionally. And that's the difference. And that's where everything's falling apart. And he's forgotten that. So that would be my advice to you, Jason, is to go to her. If you take the time and check the hospitals, find out where her mama is, and just show up. Even just to go up there and take flowers and just say, listen, I care. I want to know that you're okay. I know this is your mom. I know she's important to you. I just want you to know that I'm really here. I'm not just saying these things. It's not just a quick, easy call by phone or by text. I'm physically going to show up too. So, baby, all I'm saying is if you think she's lying, that'd be the other way to find out once and for all. Is she lying to you or not? And that's sad that you think she's lying. And that's so sad to think she would lie about her mama being in the hospital. For what reason? Do you think she's seeing someone else and she's afraid to tell you? I mean, but Jason, what I'm trying to figure out, baby, is why can't you go up there? Um, why is her mom in ICU? Or is she in the regular part of the hospital? Like, I'm confused, baby. Because if she's in the regular part of the hospital, at least from my experience, and not just my state, but Florida, California, um, Kentucky, Indiana, just name a few states, South Carolina, North Carolina, they allowed us to go into the hospital and see our loved one. We didn't have to be family. Um, some hospitals do push the visiting hours, but still, you don't have to be family in order to visit. If you go during visiting hours, unless she is in ICU, then yes, the rules there are a lot stricter. And yeah, I'm trying to understand why she would get upset with you asking. Mm, I don't know, something feels off. Jason, I don't disagree with you, baby. Hi, Karen Reinhardt. How you doing, honey? Like when, and you don't have to be family to find out if someone is in a hospital, okay? All you gotta do is ask, do you have a patient by the name of so-and-so? Yeah, I don't understand why she would be upset with you asking, because that shows you care. You're worried about her. Unless she's just stressed, baby. Unless she's just stressed and she's tired and worn out. Then she could just be completely overwhelmed too. That's a possibility too, baby. So don't discount that. I don't know what's wrong with her mama, but what I'll say to you is when my mama was in the hospital, though I handled it well, but I also know that there were those times where I would act irritated with people who would ask about my mama. But you gotta understand from my point of view, I've already been up 2, 3 days straight without sleep, because she would always end up in ICU on life support. And there was always the worry that she wouldn't come off that machine the next time. So, my mama ended up in ICU on life support more times than I can count on both my feet and my hands. It happened that often in the 5 years that I took care of her, that she was diagnosed with emphysema to the time of her death. And there were those days, baby, that, and Jason, I'll give it to you from a different perspective too, baby. So hear me out. I don't know what's wrong with her mom, okay? But, when I was taking care of my mama, I really didn't have a whole lot to give to anyone else. I didn't have the emotions, let alone the time to give to someone else, like a serious relationship per se. And the little bit of time that I might have had, I needed it for me. I needed it to recharge me because I knew I was taking on a hell of a lot just by being my mama's caregiver because she required care 24/7. Just for the simple fact that um she had emphysema and she had the worst type of emphysema. So an example of this would be like my mama would wake up in the morning, and first thing in the morning, she would sit over her bed, bent over, hunched over like this, and she would be coughing up a storm, trying to breathe, because she's trying to get all that phlegm that has settled in her chest out so she can get more, air in her lungs. Because naturally, her lungs were being suffocated. The air sacs were being destroyed by the mucus buildup in her lungs. Um, so she could barely walk from the bedroom, from her side of the bed. So walk around the bed, go out this way, and go back behind me to the door to sit right there outside the door at the dining room table to do a breathing treatment. I would have to make sure I was there because halfway through her walking, just that little bit, she would go into a panic and she would almost hyperventilate, which would require her naturally to be rushed to the hospital. Um, it was that way very often. I'm not going to say it happened every day, but you can count most days. It was something similar to that. To where I had to be as calm and as collective and have my head screwed on straight as possible. Because if my mama saw me upset just a little bit, she would hyperventilate and she would end up needing to go to the hospital. And every time there was a trip to the hospital, it was guaranteed. She was going into ICU and being put on life support. She wasn't going to go into the ER for a couple hours, come home. That never happened. So it was it was a lot of strain because naturally too, my mama couldn't get up and make her own coffee in the morning. So I had to do it. I had to make her coffee, make her something to eat. I had to help, bathe her. I had to help comb her hair. All those things that you would think of, a parent doing for their child. That's pretty much what I did, but the roles were reversed. Um, and many times my mama didn't want me to leave her side because she was afraid of being alone. Because she was afraid there'd be that one time she couldn't breathe and nobody would be there and then she would die. So it created a lot of stress. So it made it so difficult for me to give much of myself to anyone else. I just didn't have it mentally and emotionally to give, you know. Um, and really all I wanted to do was either sleep, catch up on my sleep outside of, having to work, or go and have a little bit of fun, even if it was just bowling or shooting pool, just to try and forget a little bit for a little while. As long as my daddy and my brother were home, I knew my mama would be fine. But aside from that, it was all day, every day. And it was very strenuous. And it stressed me out. It stressed my brother out. It stressed my daddy out. Um, how did we cope? We pretty much had to numb our heart, more or less. We had to become almost numb to it. Um, You can even say to a degree it became more mechanical, robotic, and routine than anything else. Not that our heart wasn't there, because naturally it was, but we wouldn't give ourselves the time and space to cry, to feel, the sad emotions of knowing the fact that she was dying and she was going through all this and we're all helpless. There's nothing we can do except for give her the best care we can give her for however long left she had, and that was unknown. So it was very taxing and exhausting. So I'm just wondering, based off of that, if your girlfriend's going through something similar and she just doesn't know how to act right now, she's just taking on a lot. And so she can't really think clearly, to give you, that loving, nurturing side of her right now. Because she's already been tapped out, you see, just by being there and caring for her mama right now. That's all I'm saying, Jason. Look at it from a different point of view, baby. Than just start, than just to think that there's something else going on. That's how I would look at it first. Hi, William. Yeah, it was rough. And I know you would, baby, but it's people handle things differently, you know. It's not everybody's gonna handle it the same way. And like I said, I you can almost say I became angry. I mean, I carried a lot of anger, but it wasn't the anger I carried was really for God, for doing this to my mama, you know, and making us kids watch her suffer and die, being so young, um, to take on the responsibilities that we had to take on being young. We couldn't have a regular childhood per se because we had to take care of her. I never cared so much about that. What I had, not enjoyed being out with my friends and not having to take care of my mother during my teenage years and not have to work, 60, 80 hours a week. Sure. I'm sure I would have enjoyed my teenage years, but I dedicated it to taking care of my mother, taking care of my responsibilities. Even at a young age, I still took it all on. Um, but did I really give myself that time to think about everything, to really digest it, to swallow it and allow my emotions to come full circle? No, I wouldn't. Um, it's not to say that I didn't cry because I cried. Um, I remember even one of the times, in fact, I'll share this with you. My mama and I, we were best friends, but naturally, I'm that fiery um, Pisces and I'm her child. Well, I get that fire from her. And so we would butt heads often, going through the hormones, me growing up, going through puberty, plus the stress of taking care of her, doing the best I could, being young and such. And I know me and my mama had a fight. I couldn't even tell you what we argued about, but we had a big argument. And um this was the first time she got rushed to the hospital when she was put in ICU, put on life support. And when I found out that that's where she was at, naturally, I wanted to go to the hospital and see her. And so I went to school and I came home that day and I called the hospital to check on my mama. I wanted to know how she was doing. Well, my daddy gets home that night with my grandmother and pretty much take my head off about calling the hospital to check on my mother. In fact, I remember my daddy saying exactly to me that um, to never call the hospital again, to call and check on her, that I had to wait until he came home and told me how she was doing. And I pretty much told him go to hell at that point. It's like, no, you're not going to stop me from calling and checking on my mother. I'm going to do that. I'm her daughter. I deserve to know how she's doing. And so, because I was 14, I was old enough, barely old enough, to go to the hospital and be in ICU, to see her on the machine and everything. Well, my daddy refused to take me. He told me no, I couldn't see her either. I said, "In the hell you say?" In fact, they tried telling me that the doctor said we weren't allowed to see her. So, what did I do? I called the hospital again to talk to the nurse, to check on my mama, see how she was doing. And I asked the nurse, I said, well, I needed to know that she's okay, that she's still here. I said, especially since, we can't come up there and see her. And the nurse, sounded puzzled. She's like, honey, what do you mean? You can't come up here and see her. I said, well, my daddy told me that the doctor said that we're not allowed to come up there and see her. And she's like, how old are you? I said, I'm 14. And she's like, you're old enough to come up here? And she's like, no, baby, you can come see your mama. There's no doctor's orders anywhere that I see listed that you can't see your mother. So I called my mama's best friend that day. Oh, she was pissed. So pissed. And my daddy, I almost forgot about this happening. And she told me that as soon as she got off work, she was coming to get me. And she was taking me up to the hospital to see my mama that night. And naturally, my daddy got home before she got there. And when she got there, she told my daddy flat out she was taking me to the hospital to see my mama. And she didn't care what my daddy had to say, that my mama would want me to see her. So there was a fight over that too. So, there's so many different parts of it that just being in there and watching her, suffer in that way, it's just a lot of strain. And so for me, knowing that she was on life support, that was probably the only safe time I could actually cry around her, because I knew the machine was supporting her lungs, her capacity to breathe. If she wasn't on that life support machine, I would be very worried about breaking down and crying around her, because I knew that's exactly what would send her back to the hospital. And that's the last thing I wanted. So I just want to give you a different perspective of it, baby. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, honey? Freaked out, huh? Yes, Debs. I do understand that, honey. Absolutely. So, Jason, I would just call. I would talk to your girlfriend. Just ask her what's her mom's name. In fact, baby, you know what you can do? Just say to her, listen, I wanted to send your mom some flowers. Just to let you know I'm thinking of y'all. But I don't know her name. Can you give me her name and her room number so I can have the flowers delivered? That'd be another way to find out, baby. That way you would know, one way or another. It'd be another way to confirm, yay or nay, if you're right, baby. I know my last name isn't common. People always slaughter my last name. I always get a kick out of it, too. Well, Nicole, sounds like he sees something, sweetheart. Pets are very, spiritual. You ever notice your pets start acting up like they see something in the corner of the room, but there's nothing there? But they, scratch, they purr, they wag their tail, they whine, because they see a spirit. That's why Toby acts the way he does, because I know he sees something in my closet. Hello, Jose. Does it, Bob? Mine only has one, but it's still interesting, though. When people try and pronounce my last name, people come close, but it's rare to hear anybody pronounce my last name correctly, just reading it off a piece of paper. I used to not like my last name for that reason, because I would get, I would just get frustrated with people who couldn't pronounce my last name. And then hear them slaughter my last name. But I got over it. I'm proud of my last name, and I love my last name and what it means. Oh, that's cool, Eric. I don't see people with my last name. In fact, I've only heard of one person that lives in Georgia, lives close to where I used to live, with my last name. So I've only heard of one person who has my last name. Hey, Keys. I'm good, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I'm Gravy. How you doing? But Jason, I'm sorry you're going through that with your love, baby. I really am. Ouch. Did I already drink that Red Bull? I reckon I did. Okay. Now I got a sweet tooth. Oh, Jason, I understand, baby. Well, I'm sorry it's been a difficult day, baby. But I'm sending you healing love and light and comfort right now. I'll be thinking about you, sweetheart. Just, take it easy. I'll be thinking about you and sending positive vibes to your girlfriend and her mama, too. And I wish you sweet dreams and a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you back here tonight, Friday night. You're welcome, baby. Anytime. I wonder if I got a cookie in here. Oh, thank you. I do. course, I wouldn't make a mess. Hi, Jedi. How you doing, honey? Well, my mama got my first name off of a soap opera. That's where she came up with Amanda. Don't ask me why. No. Hi, Frank. How you doing? Hey, Steve. How you doing, baby? Here we come with the nonsense again. People think I'm mad. It's like, you people really, y'all been sitting behind a screen far too much to come in here and be assuming people are mad just because they're not smiling from ear to ear like a freaking clown. Hi, Toby. And Steve, you're so funny, baby. Yeah, baby, but you're not coming here saying I look mad either. You know the difference. It's just all these other people who want to come here and automatically assume I'm mad because I'm not smiling from ear to ear like a freaking clown. Which just cracks me up. Like, I guess they expect me to act like some young, impressionable girl, you know, who's just all happy and looking for attention and bobbing her head around. Silly nonsense. Thank you, Frank. You too, honey. You don't trust anyone that does that. Eric, I wouldn't either. That's why I don't understand. Like, I mean, are all these other women on other lives acting like smiling like a freaking clown? I just want to know. Because I just want to know why people can't understand that I'm just reading, for one. Just because I'm not smiling from ear to ear does not mean I'm mad. Um, and two, even when I speak, it's like they think I'm mad. It's like, no, you would know if I'm mad. There's no mistake in it. Exactly, Bob. People don't want my mad either. Hi, Prophetic Bliss. How you doing? Nobody wants me mad. Because then here comes the F-bombs. If you get me mad, it's guaranteed I'm going to start dropping F-bombs left and right. That's how you would know. And my tone goes from here all the way past up here. So. You're so funny, Steve. Do I look dangerous, Bob? Do I look malicious, baby? I mean, I'm a firecracker. I never denied that, but I didn't know I was malicious looking, too. Oh, look, we got more cookies. Watch these be still. That would be my luck. Hi, Cicely. How you doing, honey? You know me, baby. If I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy. I got biscuits and sausage, and now I got some cookies to go with my gravy. How y'all doing? Whoops. I think you did too, Eternal Light. Am I making y'all hungry? I'm sorry. Y'all do it to me all the time in here talking about food, what y'all cooking or what y'all just got done eating. I'm sorry. Wow, Lisa. Well, honey, I guess that just means you were meant to be in my stream then. That sounds good, Eric. Things with my significant other? I don't know. Let's see, Eternal Light. How did things go the other night with my significant other when you had your face-to-face conversation with him? Crazy nonsense. Hawaiian pizza. Never had it, baby. And it just doesn't sound appetizing to me. Oh, well, you know, Steve, um, Eternal Light got accused being my boyfriend the other night by my, insignificant other. So I ended up having to call Eternal Light on video chat so my insignificant other can have a chat with him. And that was interesting. We'll say that much. So, baby, nothing to be sorry about. You know, he just got mad because I told him he wasn't leaving me stranded without a car. So, and that's when he decided to say to me right then and there, that, you know, he hoped I had fun with my boyfriend. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? And so I had asked him, I said, boyfriend, I said, what the hell are you talking about? And he was like, that guy you talk to all the time after your life's over with. Oh, you're talking about my mod. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just a friend. And he was like, yeah, right. You don't talk to friends like that all the time, that often. Whatever. Oh, really? Okay, so, well, let me get him on the phone real quick for you. So I called Eternal Light back because I had just got off phone with him. In fact, I was in here talking to him. Called him on video chat and told him, I said, so, he over here thinks you're my boyfriend. So you want to have a chat with him? So he did. He had a chat with my insignificant other. And that was interesting. I'm very insecure, baby. So it was just crazy. Just a simple fact of him insinuating I have a boyfriend for one, which I don't. And just, you know, the whole attitude about to go have fun with my boyfriend, like, and of course, what was it that he said, Eternal Light? Because, it got brought up about, oh, my laundry for one. How, he promised to do my laundry, and he's been promising. For like the past couple months, he would do the load of laundry that was in my basket. And, going through and saying that he didn't know how to wash those clothes because he thought I was supposed to separate them, you know, because they're, you know, require specific instructions. And it's like, no, I already told you how they were supposed to be washed. It was all the same. Why would I not have them all separated out already? They're in the same basket. Like, come on, dude. So he didn't even take the initiative to do that. So I had to wait over 2 months for that. And then what else did he say? Eternal light. He made a lot of assumptions, is what we'll say. Thank you, Jordan. A super fan because I'm trying to get out of here. That's what I'm working on. If you think I'm just staying here just to be here, you're wrong. I'm not. But I have things I have to get done first. Pineapple on pizza. I'll have to try it one of these days, I reckon. Oh yeah, that's right. He brought up about how he worked the 16 years of our marriage, and pretty much it's up to me now to take care of the rest. So, and that's why my brother and my daddy's best friend both said no. A real man who loves his wife slash girlfriend would never ever sit back and watch her struggle and watch her suffer and go without, knowing good and well they can do something about it to change it. So yeah, they didn't fly either. So he got mad about all of that. I hear you, Steve. Oh yeah, he confirmed to my insignificant other, confirmed to Eternal Light that him and I don't have a relationship. He did say that too. Because as he put it, I don't want anything to do with him. And he's right, because I don't pay him any attention. I don't talk to him. Like I said, we don't act married. We are just two strangers in the same house. That's it. So Well, Jay Solid, you know, I don't just go through and work just to sit at home. So, Nicole, I'm not saying he still doesn't have love for me. But he just has a crappy way of showing it. And the fact is that I'm not happy, and there's nothing he can do to make me happy anymore. You know, that ship has sailed pretty much. I've given him ample opportunity to change his behavior, to make it better, to work on the marriage. He refuses. He still puts me last. So I can't be with someone who puts me last. That doesn't work. And I can't be with someone I have no respect for. Which I lost my respect for him too. Well, it's like, you know, he just, if he really cares, he has a crappy way of showing it, you know, because the way he used to show me he cares is completely opposite to what he's doing right now. Because if that was the way it was at the beginning of our, you know, relationship when it started, then I wouldn't have any room to, you know, be saying anything. But that's not the case here. He worshiped the ground I walked on. He went out of his way for me. He put me first. He always put me first. Um, whatever I wanted, he made sure he would get it for me. Um, he was attentive to my needs. You know, if I needed a back rub, he'd rub my back. He helped me with the laundry. He helped me around the house. You know, he was there. I could truly rely and count on him. He was like my best friend, but once he lost his job, he became a complete opposite. I don't know who he is anymore, and I don't recognize him. So, I mean, act that way. If that's the only way he's going to show me he cares, then it's never going to work. Oh, yes, beautiful. I already know what's best for me. And being in this relationship, no, can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I'm not happy. And I haven't been happy for years. We're not just talking about something that just recently happened. No, this has been coming. It's been a long time coming. As I said, I've given it ample opportunity for him to change and make it better. And when I say I've given him ample time and opportunity, going on 7 years. That's how long this has been going on. I've had enough. And it's not just me saying that. Even my baby brother is tired of seeing me get mistreated this way. And he told me a few years ago it was time for me to leave him. My daddy's best friend told me the same exact thing. That my daddy would not want me in this relationship still. He would want me to divorce him and move on with my life. So, it comes down to me. I mean, it's possible he could be. It's possible he could be Kathleen, you know. And if he is, it is what it is. But that's just it. You know, you really know it's over when you lose your respect for the person you once held in high regard, had the utmost respect for, and two, you have no more emotions left for that person. Especially if they're going and doing something that you otherwise would really break your heart, say, cheating. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. So, that just tells you how done I am and how done I've been. If he has another woman, good for him. Hopefully it'll make it that much easier for me to leave when I'm ready. I don't talk to him. I rarely say a few words to him in a day. I pass him, and that's it. We don't share a bed. We don't act married at all. And it's been that way for going on 7 years. So, exactly, Nicole. And that's how I feel about it. It's an angel candle. Who called me dumb? Hi, my beautiful, majestic ninja. Whoever called me dumb, yeah. Walk 'em all in my shoes. You know, because it takes time. See, people are so good at just getting up and walking away from a marriage. You know, y'all, most young people today, it's like just like changing their underwear. It's that easy for y'all to do. Okay? I don't operate that way. It's not that easy just to get up and walk away from someone like that. Especially someone you spent over half your life with, which I have. So, understand me. I've been married 24 years this coming June. So I have over 2 decades invested in this relationship. So, no, I wasn't just going to get up and walk away just at the first step. That was not going to happen. Big dolls, why does it matter when you think you can't understand why I'm still here? I still like to know who called me dumb. Oh, thank you, Cicely. And I know that, Majestic. I know I'm not dumb. I just like to know why people think they can call me that. Yeah, well, there's that too. Oh yes, that expectation that I should get a job in a retail store and be a manager. That would be living up to my full potential and not streaming on here. You know, vegan dolls, things aren't as easy as you make them sound. There's many complications that come into it. So I'm assuming that possibly you're not married or you haven't been married for very long to understand why people just don't get up and leave. Okay? That yes, it can take some years for that to happen. Hi, Smiley. There is that too. How you doing, Smiley? Well, vegan dolls, has your spouse, let's see, had renal failure? Have they almost gone into a diabetic coma? Have they broken their back twice? Have they suffered with multiple kidney stones and also needed other surgeries? Oh, and that doesn't count yourself needing surgeries too, just for starters. Yes, beautiful, majestic it is. I decided to throw it on. Yeah, because my sciatica was acting up again. So I was unsure if I was going to make it to do a live tonight or not. Exactly, Dubs. That's exactly it. You have to give it time. Because God knows I had no intention on ever not saying I would stay. So I'll just put it this way. If I had the money, I'd be gone right now. I wouldn't be here. But I don't have the money. And I need my car fixed. And other things. Good night, Nancy. Okay, beautiful, majestic. Good night, Nancy. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. Okay. I'll be right back, y'all. Yes, I'm well aware of that, but I drink them more. Same BS, different day, I swear. Same bullshit, just different day. Same excuses. Ouch. Hey George, how you doing, baby? You're doing a great job, Bob. I appreciate your help, baby. Oh, yeah, I'm fine, George. I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed because he has same excuses he has every day when it comes to me or it comes to just something as simple as getting me groceries. His excuse is always the same. Well, I don't know which flavor Red Bull you want, so I was waiting. There's only a few flavors I drink. Take a pick, get what you can get. That's it. So because he can't just, pick from the few flavors I get that he knows I drink, that's why I don't have any groceries in my house. It's the nonsense like that that I shouldn't have to put up with. You know, it shouldn't be too much to expect. Something as simple as placing a grocery order. It's not like he's going in the store and getting the groceries himself. He's ordering it and going and picking it up, and they load it in the car. So I just, you know. I just can't wait for my car to be fixed, which is a nightmare in itself, but and within a year, be out of here. That's my goal. I'm Kathleen because I work, because I stream all night. And I have someone here who's supposed to be a spouse who doesn't work, who sits on the couch all day. That's why. And it shouldn't be much to ask them to do it for me. So, yep, it was. Well, she must have said something else while I was gone that I missed. That's right, Bob. Hello, Ron. Or Rhonda. How you doing? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I had no clue, honey. Well, yep, I understand. Me too. Well, my beautiful people, it's 3:15 in the morning. It's been a slow night, so I think I'm probably gonna end the stream for the night. Give my sciatica, my body a break, and plus I could tell my eyes are getting heavy. That's right, Diane. Okay, eternal light. I gotcha, baby. So y'all know I'll be back tonight. Hopefully it'll be busy now that it's Friday. And hopefully I'll be feeling a lot better and my back and my leg will be more calm. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here with me and being there for me. I appreciate all y'all's love and support y'all give to me. So if y'all haven't subscribed yet, please don't forget to subscribe and select the notification bell that says all. So that way you'll be notified for every single time I come online, I go live, or when I post new content to my channel, which I do go live 5 nights a week. And I do post other things to my channel when I get the chance. So I hope to see y'all back here same time tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, beautiful people, I wish y'all sweet dreams and a wonderful Friday night.